apresentação.
That's good talk. Thank you.
Okay, test, test, test. This is a microphone test for the Zoom meeting.
One second, I gotta put the phone down for a minute.
NASA astronaut, and it's my pleasure to be moderating or hosting this panel, which is always one of the most well-received briefings that we have at ASE. Each space agency update that had an opportunity and was willing to present is going to give you an update on their activities over the last year. So we're very excited to have JAXA, NASA, Turkish Space Agency, ASE, Mohammed bin Rashid Center, MBRSC, and CSA, and the Astronaut Research Center from China. So should be a very interesting day. If we stay on schedule, I'm going to give you a potty break. So our first briefing this morning is the JAXA update, which is going to be presented remotely by Takuya Onoshi, or Tak, as we all know him. He became a JAXA astronaut in 2009 after a career as an airline pilot. He flew on the Soyuz to ISS in 2016 to join Expedition 4849. And then he also flew on the Dragon earlier this year. He launched in March and returned in August on the Dragon with Crew 10 to join Expedition 72 and 73. Tak has 262 days in space. Tak, can you hear me? Okay. There we go. Oh. Okay. Can you get him up on the audio?
Mic test, mic test. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Excellent. Over to you, Tak.
Thank you so much. So I guess you guys have my presentation on screen.
Tak, just tell me when you want me to change slides.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, again, good morning, everybody. I'm a JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi. I wish I could give this presentation in person, but I am now in Japan, which is located on the other side of this planet from Brazil. So this morning, I am joining you remotely. And today, I will provide you with the latest updates on the JAXA's activity. So can you go to the next slide? Okay, JAXA is taking on a wide range of missions, which include space transportation, research and development of satellites, human spaceflight, space science and exploration, and aeronautics. Can you go to the next slide? And these are the major events that happened this year. And H2A rocket marked its 50th and final launch in June. The H2A rocket series played a significant role in Japanese space development, and its spirit was inherited by the H3 series. And H3 rocket just recently marked its sixth flight. And from now on, I am going to focus on JAXA's human space flight program. Go to the next slide. So currently we have 7 active astronauts, including myself, and the bottom center and right, Ayu Yoneda and Makoto Suwa, and they successfully completed their ASCAN training in October 24 and got certified as JAXA astronauts. So we are very happy to have 2 new astronauts in our corps. Go to the next slide. And I'll give you more detailed updates on the JAXA astronaut status, starting with myself. So like Pam mentioned, this year I've completed my 2nd space flight as a member of Crew 10, Expedition 72 and 73. And Crew 10 was launched on March 14th and returned on Earth on August 9th. And during 147 days in space, I conducted various kinds of experiments, and these are the examples of them. Solid combustion experiment is a research to better understand how solid materials burn in microgravity. And we believe we could apply those knowledges that we can gain from this experiment to develop more reasonable and more effective fire assessment methods. And electrostatic levitation furnace is for materials science. Instead of building a furnace with steel walls, we use electrostatic force to levitate a sample and to control its position. And then we can use lasers to heat it up at up to 3000 degrees Celsius so that we can measure how it behaves at high temperatures, such as viscosity and surface tension and so on. And we can use this type of technology on the ground, but the range of materials we can levitate is limited. So in space, we can levitate non-metallic samples like oxides with much less energy than on Earth. So that's why we do this experiment in space, and precise data we can get can be used in the process of developing more efficient turbine engines. And for the first half of Expedition 73, I had the honor of serving as the ISS commander. And I am extremely grateful to my crewmates and the flight control teams on the ground who supported our expedition. Can you go to the next slide? Okay, and my friend Kimiya Yui, he's currently on board the ISS, also conducting a wide variety of experiments. About a week ago, he successfully captured the first HTVX cargo vehicle with the ISS robotic arm. And I will talk about our new cargo ship in details shortly. Right now, there are 3 cargo ships docked to the US segment of the ISS. So I cannot imagine how hard and how busy the current onboard crew is working on the science. Can you go to the next slide? And those are the updates for other active astronauts. Satoshi Furukawa, he is now supporting pressurized rover development in Tsukuba. Aki Hoshide, he's supporting JAXA Houston office as a senior advisor. And also he's a JAXA astronaut group representative for NASA CB office. Norishige Kanai, he's the chief of JAXA astronaut group. And one of the new astronauts, Makoto Suwa, he just completed the pre-assignment training, which are SSRMS and EVA training. So he's technically now ready for a crew assignment for the expedition. And he also participated in ESA Caves training just recently in September. And the other new astronauts, Ayu Yoneda, she completed her SSRMS robotics arm training, and she is now currently in EVA qualification training at Johnson Space Center Neutral Buoyancy Lab. Can you go to the next slide? And now I would like to introduce our new spacecraft, which is HTVX. It was just recently launched on a H3 rocket and burst to the ISS. And this is a picture that Kimiya took in the cupola module right after his successful capturing it. Please go to the next slide. This will be a very high-level overview of HTVX, I will mainly focus on the improvements from the legacy HTV series. Please go to the next slide. So the HTVX is a new spacecraft that utilizes the technology of the legacy HTV, which completed a total of 9 resupply missions between 2009 and 2020, and has improved transportation capacity and operability. And same as the legacy HTV, HTVX has an unpressurized cargo section, which enables us to deliver external payloads to the ISS. And also it can carry a larger payload than a HTV. Please go to the next slide. And this is how it looks. It consists of 3 sections. Those are pressurized module and service module, which consolidates satellite bus functions such as navigation, guidance control, and communications, power, and propulsion systems. And as I mentioned, unpressurized cargo support section. And now it has 2 solar array paddles, while legacy HTV used small solar panels covering its body. So please go to the next slide. The main upgrade is to improve transportation capacity and operability to the ISS and reduce operating cost. And HTVX can carry 5.82 tons of cargo, and it's increased by 45% compared to the legacy HTV. And also in terms of cargo volume, HTVX has 78 cubic meters of volume capacity. In addition to the increased capacity, it can also provide increased flexibility in cargo loading timing and power supply for cargo, as well as late access. Please go to the next slide. This is a summary of its improved launch site operations. So late access is now improved from 80 hours to 24 hours before launch, and improved accessibility to equipment at the launch site, and shortened launch site operations after module delivery, which is improved from 5 months to 2.5 months, as well as a shortened vehicle setup work after moving from the rocket assembly building to the launch pad, so which is improved from 14 hours to 7 hours. Okay, please go to the next slide. And HTVX has another new and unique capability. So it can conduct various technology demonstrations after unberthing from the ISS. So taking advantage of the opportunity to resupply the International Space Station, HTVX can be used as a platform for conducting technology demonstrations and experiments in orbit from the time it leaves the ISS until re-entry. And HTVX-1 is scheduled to carry out 3 technology demonstration missions, which will last approximately 3 months after unberthing. And those are nano-satellite deployment, on-orbit attitude motion estimation experiment called Mount Fuji, as well as a deployable lightweight flat antenna and next generation space solar cell on-orbit demonstration. Also, JAXA has a future plan to equip HTVX with the automated docking capability. And currently we are looking at HTVX2, to demonstrate such capability at earliest. And ultimately, we would like to fly HTVX to deep space so that it can resupply to a lunar orbit. So please look forward to those future updates. Please go to the next slide. And here I have a mission highlights video. So it was launched on October 26th, and also it was captured by Kimiya Yui on October 29th. Go to the next slide to watch the video.
HTVX1 分離 HTVX1 separation
Okay, that's all from JAXA, so I will give the microphone back to you, Pam.
Well, you couldn't hear it talk, but everybody loved the video, and that was there was a lot of clapping. So we really enjoyed your presentation. Thank you so much, and I really appreciate the fact that you're doing this, and it is 8:45 at night for you. So we appreciate your dedication to ASE and to be able to provide us this update today. So we really appreciate it, and we wish you a good night.
Thank you very much. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your Congress. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Tak. All right. It gives me great pleasure to introduce Mark Vande Hei, NASA astronaut. He became an astronaut at NASA in 2011 after a full career as a combat engineer and military academy professor in the Army, as well as having served as an engineer in the astronaut office, which is where we overlapped and served together. He flew to the ISS in 2017 on Soyuz to join Expedition 53-54 and was able to conduct 2 EVAs very successfully. He flew again to Soyuz, on Soyuz to the ISS in March of 2021. This was at the time when I was serving at NASA headquarters, so I'm very familiar with it. The mission didn't turn out quite exactly as we all hoped for. It started as the normal 6-month rotation, launch in the spring, land in the fall, or vice versa. But there was a gap because of Dragon development. We were going to experience a gap on the ISS for any USOS crew member. And so the decision was taken to extend him 6 more months while he was in space to protect for that gap and to make sure we always had a US segment astronaut on board. As a result of that, he broke the record for an American astronaut at 355 consecutive days, which then Frank Rubio broke in 2023, also unexpectedly extended as a result of the problem on the Soyuz. And so I just have to say personally that when all the drama was going on with Butch and Sonny, I was like, you guys don't understand. I reminded them about Mark and about Frank. I said, this has happened before. Our astronauts are professionals. They know that this can happen. And I held them both up as examples of the professionalism of the astronaut corps. Obviously, very difficult experience for your families. And of course, their crewmates had this, from Russia had the same experience. So my admiration and respect is tremendous. And he has spent 523 days in space. So Mark, over to you.
Thank you, Pam. I just now realized that I have 3 devices to handle with 2 hands, so let's see what happens. Great honor to be able to talk to you all today, to give the NASA presentation, and follow my classmate Takuya Anishi in doing so. Hazza and I were just talking about this is one of the first times we get to present to an audience of professional presenters. So thank you for being here today. I know with a all-inclusive resort, you have other options. So I can tell you that there have been no tax dollars harmed, I mean used in the US tax dollars in the creating of this presentation. Although it's been advertised as a NASA presentation, like the whole deal, I'm going to be very focused on human spaceflight. And let's see if this works. Okay, I figured out how to do this. And the U.S. Astronauts Office, in particular, how things are going with them. So, last year, when Mike Fink gave this presentation, he mentioned that right after this poster was published, we lost one U.S. astronaut, Josh Cassada, because he had chose to leave to do another job. Joe Acaba was the chief astronaut, and I don't think he mentioned it, but Nicole Mann, also known as Duke, is the deputy chief astronaut for NASA. It's been a challenging year for the workforce for the federal workforce all across the United States. I do believe that has also impacted the astronaut office. Now, just as of this week, Scott Tingle has become the new chief astronaut for NASA. Other people that have left the office this year are Jeanette Epps, Nick Hague, Megan MacArthur, Drew Morgan, Lee Morin, Kate Rubins, Shannon Walker, and Butch Wilmore. I noticed when I was looking at this list of 8 people that left that 3 of them were in orbit with me, so I certainly hope that they didn't choose to leave because of any of the experiences that we shared. 12 months ago, this was the International Space Station crew, Expedition 72. And as Pam mentioned, Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams were fully integrated long-duration crew members on this expedition. In fact, they were so well integrated into that crew that Sonny joined Nick Hague in January for a space station spacewalk 273, where this was Nick's 4th spacewalk, and the primary task they did was put replace a part on one of the rate gyro assemblies, as well as install a reflector on one of the US segment docking ports. That same month, we did the 274th spacewalk. Butch Wilmore joined Sonny Williams for this spacewalk. A major activity for this was retrieving a failed S-band antenna subassembly. Many of you with experience with the shuttle program may have known this as a SASA. They brought a failed one in. Now, this was Butch's 5th spacewalk, and this was Sonny's 9th spacewalk. It actually set a record for the longest amount of time a woman has spent doing spacewalks at 62 hours and 6 minutes. Not only that, it put her as the 4th most experienced spacewalker from the United States. Mike last year mentioned that Crew 9 launched with 2 open seats. Those seats were used by Sonny to go back, Sonny and Butch to go back and have a successful, safe splashdown in March of this year. When this was completed, oh, by the way, again, to emphasize how well incorporated the crew was, Sonny actually took command of the space station for the latter part of her flight. And when she left, that's when Takuya Onishi took over command. This certainly was a longer flight for Sonny and Butch than we had anticipated. It was a 286-day flight. This put Nick Hague's experience at 374 days, Butch's at 464 days, and Sonny's lifetime career is 608 days, putting her as the second most experienced space flyer from NASA right after Peggy Whitson. It would be remiss for me not to mention the other part of this crew, Alexei, Ivan, and Don Pettit. Don, as Bob Cabana mentioned on Monday, returned to Earth on his 70th birthday, although I do believe with Don's attitude about spaceflight that his best birthday present would have been immediately turning around and launching again. So this put Don at 590 days for his career in space, which made him the third most experienced astronaut from NASA, right after Sonny and Peggy. So as you can tell, Expedition 72 had a very, very experienced crew. The Dragon Crew 9 could not depart the space station until Dragon Crew 10 successfully arrived. We got Anne McLean, who was the commander for that spacecraft, Nicole Ayers, the pilot, Takuya Onishi, a mission specialist from JAXA, and Kirill Peskov, cosmonaut and mission specialist. This was Nicole's first flight and second, putting Anne's career at 351 days. This was also the first NASA landing of a crewed Dragon spacecraft in the Pacific. Now, I emphasize the first NASA spacecraft because thanks to our private partner missions, that technique was vetted twice before we actually used it. Now, one of the reasons that was important to us is the Dragon spacecraft has a trunk. The trunk was not supposed to return to Earth, but those pesky things have been returning to Earth in places where we do not want them to end up. We have not hurt anybody so far, but we wanted to make sure that continued, so it turns out that landing the crew in the Pacific gets those trunks to also land in the Pacific, making the chances of hurting somebody drastically reduced. Soyuz crew MS-26 was able to depart the space station when Soyuz crew MS-27 overlapped with them. Their launch was in April. Sergei Ryzhikov was the commander, or is the commander. Alexei Zablitsky, flight engineer 1, and Johnny Kim on his first space flight, flight engineer number 2. So this is the crew at the beginning of Expedition 73, commanded by Takuya Onishi. And one fun thing about that patch, you see the number 73, you might notice 1001001 underneath that. Somebody realized that that's the same as 73, but in binary. I'm not sure who figured that out, but that's likely the longest palindrome we've ever had on a crew patch. And yes, I did have to look up the word palindrome, just in case you're wondering. So this crew also did a spacewalk, the 275th space station spacewalk. This was conducted by Nicole and Anne. They installed a support structure for mounting bracket for the future installation. They installed the mounting bracket for the future installation of an improved rollout solar array. Nicole, who is a former Air Force Academy volleyball player, was given a task at one point in the spacewalk that would have been challenging for anybody to do, and Nicole, hopefully I just said Nicole, when Anne watched that in process and Nicole flawlessly doing this very difficult task, Anne's reminiscence is that she was watching greatness in action. This was Anne's third spacewalk, and another fun fact about this situation is this was the 5th all-female spacewalk that we've done. Didn't make the news, and I'm really happy because with all of the qualified men and women we've got to do spacewalks in the astronaut corps, this was bound to happen, and I'm very glad that this has become normalized. In August this year, Crew 11, Dragon Crew 11 launched, with Zena Carbon, the commander, Mike Fink as the pilot, Kimiya Yui as the one of the mission specialists from JAXA, and Oleg Platonov as a cosmonaut mission specialist. I'm really happy this remained a crew of 4. One of the biggest challenges for the space station program has been the lack of funding for the US deorbit vehicle to safely deorbit the space station in 2030. That actually put so much stress on the program that they were at risk of flying fewer cargo spacecraft, which could actually have reduced this crew. Uncomfortably close to the launch, we were finally able to tell that crew they were going to remain a crew of 4. So this is the current crew of the International Space Station. Sergei Ryzhikov is the commander, and Johnny Kim is the US segment lead. Mike Fink will take command when Sergei departs. Coming up at the end of this month, the next Soyuz will launch with Sergei Kuchverskov, Sergei Mikhaev, and Chris Williams as the crew. This will be Chris's first launch and the second launch for a member of his class, the youngest class of actual astronauts, known as the Flies. January 15th, 2026 will be the next US spacewalk. You can see the number has jumped because there will be some Russian spacewalks between now and then. The main task for this spacewalk will be the installation of a high-definition camera at camera port 9, the replacement of some more reflectors at a docking port on the US segment, and the installation of multiple jumpers, both ammonia jumpers and electrical jumpers. Artemis 2's launch is coming up soon. Randy Bresnik is going to talk about the Artemis program. I'm going to leave all the details to him. We'll move right on past this. But the view this crew will get of the Earth will be one that we have not had astronauts experience since the Apollo program. Like many times in the past, NASA has had to defend its continued expenditures using aviation and T-38s in particular to train NASA astronauts for spaceflight. The Office of Management and Budget actually pushed on us with maybe choose some cheaper alternatives, like maybe race car driving. I can tell you that I had the benefit of being one of the test subjects for a day of learning how to drive race cars. It's an exhilarating experience, but I don't think what I would say athletic immediate responses to the way the vehicle feels are something that has a direct correlation with spaceflight, at least post-shuttle program. We did hire an outside consultant to give us some non-biased feedback on alternatives we could use for other ways to train astronauts. His feedback was really profound. He pointed out that we should consider drawing a circle around the Earth and saying that with our future programs to the moon and beyond, that we should recognize that beyond that circle, there is no rescue possible. That means when we have crews, they might be a crew of 4, but those with plans that we've got to go to the moon, there's going to be a crew of 2 that lands on the moon. Every single astronaut that we fly to space in these situations may have to take charge of whatever situation they're in. That means that they need to know that they are trained well enough to save themselves and the mission by calmly taking the correct actions. Every single crew member. When we fly in a T-38, the pilot in command, flying in a T-38 is risky. The pilot in command assumes responsibility for all of those risks. When I fly as a backseater in those T-38s, it doesn't matter if I'm doing all of the aviating, navigating, and communicating, and the pilot in command is monitoring. I always know that if things get really bad, that highly experienced test pilot can take over. What this consultant pointed out to us, that if we want to train people to be in highly stressful situations where the buck stops with that person, you can't simulate it. That backseater is not getting the training they would need to be in these situations. So we're actively looking for ways to make sure the entire astronaut corps is trained to this for these more stressful situations. We're also recognizing that when we go to the moon or other planetary objects, we were going to be landing on unprepared surfaces. Just prior to landing, we may not be able to see the ground because of dust. So most of the astronaut corps has now had experience with helicopter training to try to mitigate some of these risks. We've got a 2-week program called Zero to Helo that we do with the Army at Fort Rucker, Alabama, the U.S. Army at Fort Rucker, Alabama. We've also had people continue that training with the Colorado National Guard doing high-altitude aviation in the terrain west of Vail, Colorado, as you see here. Just the 2 weeks of training that I got to do made me fall in love with helicopters, and I can tell you from the experience I had in Colorado that we're doing a really good job putting people in situations where they have to have very efficient crew coordination, and certainly power management with helicopters at high altitude is important, and understanding what to expect as you approach the surface just prior to landing. This has had an impact on how we hire astronauts. So this newest class had about 8,000 applicants. The standards are higher now. We've always had a very competitive selection process. The minimum standard up until now has been a bachelor's degree. Now it's a master's degree. The medical testing remains very rigorous. We still do not have a physical fitness standard, but recognizing that we are going to hire people that are going to have to operate in these highly stressful situations even more than the highly stressful situations we already are faced with the space flight we have in low Earth orbit, we have subtly changed some things. So let me share a story about what we did to the interviewees this time. For years now, the interview weeks have involved an optional workout. This time, instead of it being optional, the night before, the interviewees in the final weeks of interviews had a task to do a group task and record a video of it to submit. When they were done with that, they were given the NASA's astronaut creed to memorize before the next night, and then were told a pre-dawn time to show up for a workout that was not specified. That morning, if they weren't already awake or maybe stayed up all night trying to memorize the creed, they were told the workout's going to start earlier, so show up even earlier. And then they showed up and were told, okay, pick a weight vest between 20 and 35 pounds, and your task is going to maintain a specific pace. We had an astronaut run at that pace while carrying this vest. We did not tell them how far they're going to have to run. And then interspersed throughout, they would have to sprint. The second time I did that workout with a group of interviewees, it was a very humid day, and I thought I might fall out. I literally had to tell the astronaut next to me, hey, would you mind swapping vests for a little while, because I might not make it. It was a brutally hard workout, and I also knew how far I was going to run. They did not know how far they were going to go. As a result of, and it was not about testing their physical capability. What we were testing is how do they deal with situations where they might have to ask for help or fail? How do they deal with situations, or how do they get the team around them to perform at their best? And frankly, with all the stress from lack of sleep, the conditions we put them under, uncertainty, how do they deal with stress when they're operating as a member of a team? As a result, we hired this class, our newest class of astronaut candidates, wonderful group of 10 people. It's the first group of people the first astronaut candidate class that has more women than men, 6 men, 4 women. And I don't think it's a surprise that the most proficient helicopter pilots we have in the U.S. Army are warrant officers, and we hired a warrant officer. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this might be the first time we've done that. Last week, I got to go to survival training with them. We're continuing to add stress. My experience with survival training associated with NASA wasn't as challenging as other types of survival training I've done in the past. The survival training that this class did with the U.S. Army, also at Fort Rucker, Alabama, was really impressive. The contractors that the Army used had an amazing depth of knowledge about the things, and I learned a ton. That is me on the stretcher as dead weight for one of the scenarios. The very last day, NASA, in coordination with those contractor instructors, had this group do a scenario where they supposedly had parachuted in after an aircraft they were in had problems. So their first task was to move an injured crew member to go get water. That's the part you're seeing here. And then continue to carry that person all the way to where the aircraft was and collect whatever supplies they could from that spot. And it turns out throughout they could not communicate with somebody by design. And then they had, suddenly the injured party was miraculously cured, but they had a large bulky box that was a sensitive item that they had to carry instead. They had to figure out the best way to solve that problem. And then they had to move to a location to make communications. So they had more movement to do. And then they had to move, once they established communications, they were told a specific location to go to receive resupply. And then once they got the resupply included instructions to move to a final location where they could land helicopters and to have 3 signal fires prepared so that before light, they could light those fires. All of that meant moving for a very long day with limited food, a lot of fatigue, and moving through a dense vegetation at night, something that I was trying to get them to move fast enough to avoid the night movement, but it didn't quite pan out. We got plenty of movement through the dark. Again, we're putting them in stressful situations. We're inducing stress, lack of food, lack of sleep, challenging decision-making with peers about what the next action should be. This group of people's superpower is their ability to operate as a member of a team and take care of each other. I'm quite certain that none of them would ever eat anybody else's maple leaf cookies or Nutella. Now, I've talked a lot about what's going on with the humans in human spaceflight. I'm going to wrap things up with some brief comments about the International Space Station. It is still our crown jewel. It is operating quite well. The biggest concern for safety from the US side continues to be the structural integrity of the PRK. Now, I want to go on record saying that I owe a huge debt of gratitude to Russian engineers. The PRK, the service module that it's a part of, was designed by those engineers to last for 15 years. It's been operating safely for 25 years. It should be considered, I hope Russians go back, I hope their managers feel like this is a success story. All of the wonderful experiences I had in space, our contributions to science that I got to participate in, happened after that design life. So thank you to Russian engineers. It's extremely important to me that this legacy of success continues to be a success. And my hope is that collaborating and unblinkingly looking at the data, that we can resolve how to continue to operate the space station safely to the end of the program. Thank you for your attention, and I'm not sure if I have time for questions or not. Thank you.
Yes, you have time for questions, about 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
Okay, and hopefully someone will tell me when I should say it's the last question.
Hello. One of my first questions, I only realized when I saw the picture of the Boeing CST-100 crew coming back on Dragon. Did they already have those space suits prepared before they launched? Or did those space suits have to be created unexpectedly without them being there for fittings?
I think I'm going to ask Comrade to help me out with that. They weren't custom made though, were they? Okay, they were custom made. And I guess one of the benefits of flying that long is we had the time to get the logistics chain to support them coming back in custom-made suits. Comrade, thanks for helping me out with that. Great question. Any other questions? Okay. Again, thank you for your time. Thank you for being such an attentive audience. Huge honor for me to get to talk to you all in particular. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think actually, because of course we were tracking this at headquarters, I think there was a few weeks where they didn't have the return suits. Obviously, we would have done what we needed to do, but they got them up there pretty quickly. So, all right. Well, thank you very much, Mark. That was terrific. Appreciate that. So now it's my very great pleasure to introduce Alper Gezeracci. Where are you, Alper? There you are. He is the first Turkish astronaut. Very impressive. And he continues to serve as an F-16 fighter pilot in the Turkish Air Force, and as well has served as an airline pilot. I asked him what his favorite experience in space was, and like many of us, especially those of us who are pilots, he said, I liked to fly with my own wings. I think many of us who became pilots looked at the sky and wished we could just take off and fly among the clouds. So I understand that feeling very well. Alper flew on the Axiom 3 mission to the ISS in 2024, and I have to say you did an excellent job of moderating the commercial space panel on Tuesday, so thank you for that. So with the Turkish Space Agency update, please welcome Alper.
Distinguished colleagues, esteemed guests, partners, and dear young people who are the guarantee of our future in space exploration. It's a great honor to represent the Republic of Turkey's national space program and its emerging achievements in the field of space science and technology. As Turkey's first astronaut and a member of the Turkish Space Agency Board, I'm proud to share with you the story of our nation's journey into the space. A journey rooted in scientific ambition, strategic vision, and spirit of national progress. Turkey's journey into space is deeply rooted in a rich historical heritage and a strong scientific tradition, which form the foundation of the national space program. Historically, Turkey has been a center of astronomy and scientific observation, dating back to the Ottoman Empire, with notable contributions in observatories, celestial mapping, and navigation. This heritage reflects a long-standing national curiosity about the cosmos and the practical importance of space knowledge for navigation, agriculture, and timekeeping. Building on this legacy, TÜBİTAK Uzay, with over 45 years of experience in designing and launching Bilsat, Rasat, İmece, Göktürk, and Turksat satellites, as well as first Turkish astronaut mission, has played a pivotal role in developing Turkey's space capabilities. From satellite research and design to advanced technology development, Earth observation and communication systems, TÜBİTAK Uzay has laid the technical and institutional groundwork that enables the ambitious projects of Turkey's national space program. And then the foundation of our space agency. The Turkish Space Agency, which is acronymed as TUA, was officially established on December 13, 2018, under a presidential decree. Its creation marked a major milestone in Turkey's technological development strategy, aligning with our broader national goals for science, defense, and innovation under the Vision 2023 and subsequent strategic frameworks. The agency was tasked with formulating and implementing the national space program, coordinating all civilian and defense-related space activities, encouraging international cooperation, and fostering a strong domestic ecosystem for space research, satellite technologies, and launch capabilities. Turkish Space Agency operates under the presidency of the Republic of Turkey, ensuring close alignment between space policy and national strategic priorities. And then comes the birth of the Turkish National Space Program, which was unveiled in February 2021. Turkey with its first national space program announced by the President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. The program defines a decade-long roadmap for Turkey's role in space, balancing scientific, economic, and geopolitical goals. Its vision is to position Turkey as a technological independent, globally competitive, and scientifically active spacefaring nation by the early 2030s. The program is structured around 10 key objectives, each designed to build capacity and international cooperation. The first goal was Turkey's first astronaut mission. In 2024, Turkey achieved a historic milestone with this mission, during which I had the privilege to represent my nation aboard the International Space Station. During this mission, we conducted 13 scientific experiments, all developed by Turkish universities and research institutions in areas such as biotechnology, material science, and space medicine. A true symbol of our nation's scientific maturity and potential. This mission is not an end, but a beginning, paving the way for future human spaceflight, participation, microgravity research, and deeper international cooperation. Also, a symbol of Turkey's growing capability and ambition in space and science. It not only inspires new generations in STEM fields, but also positions Turkey as an emerging contributor to global space research and technology. The flight demonstrates the country's determination to advance its independent space infrastructure, foster international collaboration, and build national pride in scientific achievement. In short, this mission represents Turkey's first step into space, a giant leap for national science and innovation. I would like to point out something in here. Like the closest agency to Turkey geographically is the European Space Agency, and we benefit a lot from these legacy makers, NASA, ESA, JAXA, and all their contributors. Last time, they have run an astronaut selection program in 2008. 13 years later, in 2021, another astronaut selection mission, which taught us a lot how to handle it, as well as NASA astronaut selection processes. So in 2008, the astronaut selection program collected 8,000 people. That's a great accomplishment. Later, 13 years after this last selection in 2021, the new astronaut selection program gathered 22,523 people from the European region under the umbrella of European Space Agency. That's coming from 27 countries back then. In our program, culturally, we are quite a hot-blooded and excited nation. For this astronaut selection program, which happened for the first time in our history, 36,000 people applied from a single country to the astronaut selection program. So we are happy as our leaders have been continually emphasizing that whatever future goal that we are putting for the history as well as for the future of our country, our biggest guarantee is our youth generation. So we believe in them, we encourage them to participate in any project that we announce within the country. So the second goal was to build a national satellite program, accomplished in this same year in 2024, right after our first astronaut mission. The National Satellite Development Program is one of the cornerstone projects in the Turkey's national space program, reflecting our country's determination to achieve technological independence and strategic autonomy in space. Through this program, Turkey designs, develops, tests, and operates its own communication, observation, and scientific satellites, such as Turksat 6A and the Image Earth observation satellite, entirely with domestic resources and expertise. The program's importance lies in its strategic, scientific, and economic impact. It ensures secure national communication and data transmission, independent of foreign systems. It strengthens Turkey's industrial and research capabilities in high technology fields like electronics, materials, and software. It builds a foundation for Turkey to become a regional leader and international partner in the global space economy. In essence, the National Space Satellite Development Program is not only a technological achievement, but it's a symbol of Turkey's growing power, confidence, and vision for a sustainable presence in space. The National Satellite Development Program, which is called as TürkSat 6A, is the first domestically designed and produced communication satellites with 100% Turkish scientists, brain force, and 85% domestic hardware components. And next, the third goal is the Lunar Research Program, is one of the most visionary components of Turkey's national space program, representing our nation's bold step toward deep space exploration. This program aims to reach the moon with a domestically developed spacecraft, first through a hybrid mission using international launch cooperation, and later through a fully indigenous mission powered by Turkey's own rocket technologies. The importance of the Lunar Research Program lies in several key areas. Technological advancement. It accelerates the development of critical capabilities such as propulsion, navigation, and deep space communication. Scientific contribution. It enables Turkey to conduct space science and lunar surface studies, contributing to global knowledge about the moon. National vision and inspiration. It symbolizes Turkey's transformation from a space technology user to a spacefaring nation, inspiring new generations of scientists, engineers, and innovators. In short, Lunar Research Program is Turkey's gateway to deep space, a project that combines science, technology, and national ambition to place our country among the few nations reaching beyond Earth's orbit. Fourth goal, and to me, the most critical goal in our program, access to space and spaceport project. The Access to Space and Spaceport project program is a key pillar in Turkey's national space program, designed to establish the nation's independent launch capability and ensure secure, reliable access to space. This program focuses on developing national rocket and launch systems, as well as building spaceports that will serve as a hub for Turkey's satellite launches and international space cooperation. The initiative also includes the development of small satellite launch vehicles and infrastructure for testing and integration. Its importance for the country is profound. Strategic autonomy enables Turkey to launch its own satellites without relying on foreign facilities or services. Technological growth advances national expertise in propulsion, guidance, and launch systems, core technologies for space capability. Economic and regional impact positions Turkey as a regional launch center, attracting international partnerships and investment. In essence, the Access to Space and Spaceport program represents Turkey's transition from a satellite developing nation to a satellite launching nation, a decisive leap toward full independence and leadership in the global space sector. And back to the chart, our fifth goal is regional positioning and timing system program. That is a vital component of Turkey's national space program as well, aimed at establishing a domestically controlled navigation and timing infrastructure to serve national and regional needs. And incompatible with this goal, we just launched the last component of this program on the 2nd of November, just a couple of days ago. Through this program, Turkey plans to develop its own satellite-based positioning system, similar to GPS or Galileo, providing high-precision location, navigation, and timing services across Turkey and neighboring regions. The program's importance for the country is threefold. national security and independence, reduces reliance on foreign navigation systems, ensuring uninterrupted access to critical positioning and timing data for defense, transportation, and infrastructure. Technological advancements promotes innovation in satellite navigation, signal processing, and ground control systems, strengthening Turkey's scientific and industrial capabilities, economic and strategic value, supports sectors such as aviation, maritime, agriculture, and logistics, while positioning Turkey as a regional hub for navigational technologies. The Regional Positioning and Timing System Program is a strategic step forward, sovereign nation navigation capability, and enhancing Turkey's technological independence, security, and regional influence in space-based systems. Sixth goal is establishment of Space Technologies Development Region. This goal is a foundational element of the program, designed to create a central hub for innovation, research, and production in the field of space technologies. This region will bring together government institutions, universities, research centers, and private industry to collaborate on the design, testing, and manufacturing of space systems, including satellites, launch vehicles, and advanced materials. And its importance for us can be summarized again in three different areas. First, innovation ecosystem, which builds a dynamic environment that accelerates technological development and supports startups and entrepreneurs in the space sector. Second, national capability and self-reliance strengthens domestic production capacity, reducing dependence on foreign technology and fostering sustainable growth in national space industry. And last but not the least, economic and strategic impact again. Positions Turkey as a regional center for space research and manufacturing, attracting international cooperation and investments. Seventh goal is the development of space industry ecosystem. This is one of the most strategic pillars again in the program, which is aiming to build a sustainable, competitive, and innovation-driven national space sector. This initiative focuses on strengthening cooperation between government agencies, universities, research institutions, and private industry, enabling the creation of an integrated value chain from research and design to production, launch, and operations. Eighth goal, observation and tracking of space objects. Again, a crucial component, focusing on ensuring the safety, security, and sustainability of national space assets. Through this initiative, Turkey is developing its own capabilities to monitor satellites, track space debris, and observe celestial objects using advanced ground-based radar and optical systems. This capability allows the country to detect potential collisions, manage orbital traffic, and contribute to global efforts in maintaining a clean and safe space environment. Ninth goal is Space Weather Technological Research and Development Program, focusing on understanding and mitigating the effects of space weather phenomena, such as solar storms, radiation bursts, and geomagnetic disturbances on both space and ground-based systems, aiming to establish domestic monitoring, modeling, and forecasting capabilities to assess how solar activity impacts satellites, communication networks, navigation systems, and critical infrastructure on Earth. And the last goal, Space Awareness and Human Resources Development Program, that is aiming at educating, inspiring, and training the next generation like yourself of space professionals. This program focuses on creating space-focused educational initiatives, scholarship programs, STEM workshops, and specialized training for engineers, scientists, and astronauts. It also seeks to raise public awareness about space, science, and Turkey's role in the global space sector. The importance for the country as the last goal as including building national expertise, develops a skilled workforce capable of supporting Turkey's growing space industry and research programs, inspiring our future generations by encouraging them to pursue careers in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, fostering innovation and creativity, strengthening national identity and pride, which I really insist on, cultivates a culture of space literacy and enthusiasm, highlighting Turkey's achievements and ambitions in space exploration. In short, this program ensures that Turkey's human capital grows alongside its technological capabilities, securing a sustainable and innovation future for the nation in space. Just before coming to the conclusion, I would like to just mention you, in accordance with this last goal, Space Awareness Program, I have been to in 221 cities within the last 19 months and accomplished 509 programs. That's not matching with our forerunners who are doing it scientifically, but again, the cultural impact is also being embedded in these programs. We have different ways of doing it. I'm not saying so professional, but culturally expected. And we're so happy that I had the chance to be able to meet almost 300,000 people within the last 19 months in my country. In conclusion, Turkey's space strategy is integrated, sustainable, and inclusive. Our aim is to contribute to humanity's shared progress in space exploration while building technological sovereignty and economical value at home. As we look towards 2030 and beyond, we invite international partners, research institutions, and private sector innovators to join us on this exciting journey. In the words of Turkey's founder, Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, the future is in the skies. Turkey's space program embodies this vision, combining scientific curiosity, national ambition, and a global spirit of cooperation. Thank you for your attention. I look forward to your questions and strengthening our collaboration in space exploration. Thanks so much.
Tudo bom? Eu sou Israel, é um prazer estar aqui. E a minha pergunta é, eu vi nas fotos que foram apresentadas pessoas de diferentes idades, e eu queria saber como que é trabalhada essa questão, né, de pessoas irem para o espaço, como que funciona isso, se tem limite de idade ou a partir de quantos anos que você é qualificado para ir para o espaço. E a outra pergunta seria em questão do treinamento feito para qualificar alguém para ir para o espaço, como que é feito?
Thanks so much. The question was, what's the age limit for application to the program in our country, and also what I would recommend for the friends who are intending to join in the space exploration journey to develop themselves in order to be compatible for the selection. In our country, I'm sure every country is putting different qualification requirements for the program, but for our country it was from 25 to 45. But just like in aviation, depending on the needs of the country or the companies that is intending to implement a certain program, that might be a little bit flexible or narrowed based on the needs again. So for us, it was 25 to 45, and I was at the age of 43 when I came across the program. And up until I heard about the program, I had no dream about being an astronaut or going to the space, because for all the way from my childhood, reaching out to the space and being astronaut, when I saw it in the movies, in the documentaries, or in the open source, right, written source in internet, I was always thinking, Alper, this is a privilege that is being gifted to the other countries and other countries' children. So be content with what you have in your hand, in your home. So I always try to stay away from this dream, by chance, until I came across with the announcement of President. What I would recommend is, being an astronaut and the astronaut selection processes are requiring different kinds of qualifications. However, generally they are selecting from all kinds of fields. There is no certain requirement to be a military person, being a pilot. So don't limit your dreams that I have to go and abide myself with certain limitations over there. Try to pick up any kind of intellectual information, knowledge that you can collect in your body. Because by the time this kind of a chance comes to your feet, you don't have time to just train yourself, make yourself aware of the things, or be ready for this. Whatever you have collecting up until that moment is your strength. So no matter what fields you are interested in, also try to get engaged in the fields that you are not interested in as well, just to boost up your intellectual information. Secondly, one of the most important things that I always regretted is that try to gain as many different languages as you can. That was a big regret for me, not to be able to speak Russian when I went up to the space station. Our counterparts, our friends in NASA, ESA, JAXA, they have a great privilege to be able to get this training ahead of the mission and be so equivalent. I'm so proud of them when a Russian counterpart is speaking here or online, being able to listen what they say without any interpreter or something. That's a great strength. So just try to gain as many language qualifications as you can and increase your intellectual capacity. Thank you so much.
Alô, teste. Bom dia, me chamo Pablo Dutra. Eu tenho 3 perguntas bem básicas. Eu queria saber o que te inspirou a ser um astronauta e o que te fez, superar essa perspectiva que você tinha quando via filmes ou vídeos no, por exemplo, YouTube de astronautas. Como que você superou esse pensamento de, talvez isso não seja para mim? A segunda pergunta é, qual foi a sua sensação, ao sair da Terra pela primeira vez? E a terceira é, como o seu corpo se comportou quando você voltou do espaço e teve que se reacostumar com a gravidade? E essas são as 3.
Thank you so much. Our friend has 3 different questions. One of them is, how did I overcome this obstacle in my mind to be an astronaut? How did I just get rid of this obstacle, not dreaming about anything about space? And then how did I convince myself to apply to this process? And lastly, how I was affected when I returned back from the space physically. So first of all, it was a threshold in my mind and in our country's destiny of our president to announce that they decided to send the very first Turkish citizen to the space. Maybe there are other peoples, maybe acting a little bit more mature than my age as a child. I have always had a dream in my mind, reaching out to the sky, being a pilot. But this visual sky that I could see with my bare eyes and being a pilot was the limit of my dream. My dreams were always limited with this sky, not further. So this announcement has just demolished all these obstacles, prejudices in our mind that we cannot go to space. That immediately helped me, because up until now, with the circumstances, there is a nice word, like the region that you are born is the determining of your fate, is determination of your fate. So I was happy with my fate in my country with my conditions. I wasn't resisting around. So I was just limiting. I knew in a realistic way that was the limit of our dreams up until this announcement. So immediately it demolished all the walls and the curtains that is blocking our future goals, our future dreams. So two questions is being combined in that manner. And the last one, you know, astronauts are required to make physical exercises up in the space based on, again, the legacy and great experience that our forerunners has given us to benefit from. Based on what they have experienced, the long-going space organizations are building up new programs in order to keep the astronauts from any kind of physical problems when they return back. But on top of that, you know, being in the aviation, especially military aviation, and flying with a military jet for so long, I had no problem with the, you know, inner ear balancing issues. Plus, maybe because of my short height, I had no issues in terms of the muscle group when we return back. Because the issue is the distance in between your heart and your brain. And that's short in mine, which is a good advantage. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we came to the end of my session. Thank you so much for your interest, and it's a great honor and privilege for me to be able to get this chance to meet with you again.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. That was a great update, Alper, and I think obviously a tremendous inspiration as the first Turkish astronaut to the students here. They have Marcos to look up to, but now they have a more current hero to look at. Can you confirm for me that Andreas Mogensen is on? Okay. Andy, let me introduce you first. Can you just do, actually, can you do a sound check, please? Andy, can you hear me? He says he can, oh, you're checking. Andy, can you hear me? Okay, you can hear me, but we can't hear you yet.
Try again.
Try again.
Mic check. Can you hear me? 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
We have you. We have you. Good. All right. Well, please let me introduce you first. Andy Mogensen was the first Dane in space, and he is the pride of Denmark. He has flown twice as an ESA astronaut. His first mission was on the Soyuz to the International Space Station in 2015. It was a short duration rotation flight, but he managed to get a lot of interesting things done. And in particular, if you ever have the opportunity to ask him about remote controlling a robot on the ground from space, that was a very interesting experiment. In 2023, he flew on Dragon with Crew 7 to the space station. Unfortunately, he had a spacewalk scheduled, but it got postponed, but he did get the opportunity to command Expedition 70 and returned in 2024. He's had 208 days in space. I'm proud to introduce Andy Mogensen for the ESA update.
Thank you so much, and good morning, good afternoon to everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. All right. And let me see if I can share my screen with you. All right. Can you see my screen?
Just a moment, let's check. Yes, we do have it up, and actually it looks pretty good. So go ahead.
Excellent. I'm glad to hear that. Well, I'm presenting today what we call Terra Nova, which is our European space exploration program. And at ESA, space exploration covers exploration in low Earth orbit, the Moon, and Mars, using both astronauts and robots. I wish I could be there in person with you this week, but this is an extremely busy time for ESA. We are preparing for our ministerial council at the end of this month. Every 3 years, the ministers of ESA's 23 member states gather together to approve the program and set the budget for the coming 3 years, and that's happening this November. And so this is a busy time where we are making the plans for the next 3 years, and I will talk a little bit more about some of those plans later on. But first, an introduction to ESA's astronaut corps. We have 6 astronauts from the 2009 class, of which I am a part. All of us have flown at least once into space to the International Space Station. Most of us have flown twice. We were all selected we were all part of the 2009 class. And then 3 years ago, in 2022, we selected a new class of astronauts for the first time since I started. And those are the 5 people that you see at the bottom of the screen, who are all now essentially waiting for a mission to the International Space Station. In 2022, we also did something new. For the first time, we selected a group of what we call reserve astronauts. Now, the difference between what we call the career astronauts and the reserve astronauts is that the reserve astronauts, they are not hired full-time initially. They maintain their professional careers, and then they join ESA as an astronaut once a flight opportunity has been identified through a commercial provider. And this is something we did in part to take advantage of what we saw as the coming commercialization of low Earth orbit. And I have to give ESA credit for being far-sighted in the sense that 2 out of this group of reserve astronauts have already flown to space. So within 3 years of being selected, 2 of the reserve astronauts have flown to space, which is much faster than usual. I had the pleasure in 2024, during my second mission to the ISS, to welcome my ESA colleague Marcus Vandt, together with Alpa as well, that you just heard, and the rest of the Axiom 3 crew to the International Space Station, where they spent about 2.5 weeks together with Expedition 70. And then earlier this summer, my Polish colleague Slavoj joined the Axiom 4 mission and also spent about 2 weeks on board the International Space Station as part of Axiom 4. And I wouldn't be surprised if in the next several years that you see a lot more of this group of reserve astronauts flying on commercial missions to the International Space Station. There is a tremendous interest from all of our ESA member states to have astronauts in space. Again, as reserve astronauts, they join as full-time ESA employees and astronauts during the duration of their training, their mission, and post-flight phase. But then once they've completed their mission and their post-flight phase, then they return to their previous professional careers. The next ESA astronaut to fly is one of our career astronauts, Sophie, who was selected in 2022. She is scheduled to launch on a long-duration mission to the International Space Station beginning of next year. Her exact launch date is still a little bit up in the air. It might be as early as mid-February. It might be as late as mid-April. It all depends on when Artemis 2 will actually launch. We want to deconflict the launch of Crew 12, which Sophie is part of, with Artemis 2. So depending on when Artemis 2 falls, will determine when Sophie launches. Nominally, she's scheduled for an 8-month flight. NASA are moving some missions to 8 months duration. But again, I think it depends a little bit on when she launches. She will be the first of the career astronauts from the 2022 class to fly to the ISS. And our goal is, ESA's goal is to fly all of the career astronauts from the 2022 class to the International Space Station before it's retired in 2030. Sophie's mission, by the way, you can see her patch on the right, is called Epsilon. Just to share a few highlights of some of the science and technology development we've been doing on the ISS in the past year. ESA launched the ASES experiment, which is an atomic clock, which is now installed on the outside of the European Columbus Laboratory on the ISS. ASES is a very precise, or contains very precise atomic clocks that'll enable us to study Einstein's theories of relativity and how specifically gravity affects time. ASES will give us the possibility to test Einstein's theories with 10 times more precision than we've been able to in the past. Next to ASES is a slightly older experiment, ASEM, which is the Atmosphere Space Interactions Monitor, which studies lightning strikes in the upper atmosphere, what are also called blue jets and red sprites. These are giant lightning strikes that shoot upwards from the top of thunderclouds out towards space. This is not a new experiment. ASEM actually launched in 2018. And I actually conducted some of the first studies on my first mission in 2015, where I was lucky enough to capture for the first time a video of a blue jet pulsating. Now, the reason I've included it today is because earlier this year, NASA astronaut Nicole Ayers captured another phenomenal picture of a blue jet and red sprite, which you can see on this photo. It's really very rare and very spectacular to see. This is a good challenge for any astronauts wondering what to do in their free time, but trying to capture some of these giant lightning strikes is always a good challenge and a lot of fun. Not a lot of astronauts have been lucky enough to take photos of these lightning phenomena. But this is what the ASEM experiment is studying. Very, very impressive to see this from space. We also, in the last year and a half, we installed a metal 3D printer on the ISS and printed the first set of 4 or 5 prints, which have now been returned to Earth, where we are studying the metallurgy, the strength, the grain size, and the properties of these metal figures that we printed in space. This is a really interesting experiment as well that hopefully will pave the way for metal production in the future. If we could print things in metal in the future, we would be less reliant on the Earth, and it would give us more autonomy in space. Things like spare parts, especially on deep space missions, is a critical thing that we need on the ISS. As you all know, we are extremely dependent on resupply from the Earth. So an interesting first step towards production in space. As I mentioned, we are currently preparing for our ministerial conference at the end of November, where we will present our exploration program for the coming 3 years. And as I said earlier as well, when it comes to exploration at ESA, that includes low Earth orbit, it includes the moon, and it includes Mars, both manned and robotic exploration. And in LEO, of course, our interest is to maximize the use of the International Space Station prior to its decommissioning or retirement within the next 5 years, and then to prepare for the commercial era and the rise of commercial space stations. On the moon, we are very much a part of Gateway and of course Artemis in general through the delivery of the European Service Module, which is an integral part of the Orion spacecraft. At the same time, we're also developing robotic capabilities on the moon, including a cargo lander called Argonaut, which hopefully will give us access also to the lunar surface, not with crew, at least not initially, but with cargo. And on Mars, we are looking forward to the launch of our ExoMars rover, also called the Rosalind Franklin rover, which we hope, or which we plan to launch in 2028. At the same time, we are reorienting our contribution to the Mars Sample Return mission, where we were developing the Earth Return Orbiter. We are transitioning that to a orbiter mission with scientific payloads and most likely a telecommunications payload as well that allow the orbiter to function as a relay station for future Mars missions. Now, the philosophy really in our coming ministerial is based on 3 ideas. One is autonomy. In Europe, we want to increase our capability and our autonomy, not because we want to go alone, but because we think we can be a better partner if we also have autonomous capability. We want to reduce risk, and we also want to look at partnership diversification. I mean, we see a tremendous growth in space exploration throughout the world, and we are very interested in cooperating and partnering with various other countries. So those are the 3 kind of philosophies that underpin our exploration program. And if we look in detail at what that means, when it comes to low Earth orbit, we now have a LEO cargo return service program where 2 European companies, currently 2 companies, are competing to provide commercial cargo services. We are hoping that they will be ready by mid-2029 to do a demonstration mission to the International Space Station, and then ready to do operational flights to future commercial space stations in low Earth orbit. This is this is one of the ways that we hope to participate in future commercial science and technology on commercial space stations by having a capability to send European cargo and to a space station and to return it to Earth again. In conjunction with the cargo return service, we are also starting various studies to look at some of the technologies, some of the critical technologies that will be required if we evolve the cargo service into a crew service. So some of those studies will prepare us for the next ministerial meeting, which will take place in 2028. And we hope by 2028 to have convinced our European member states to support the development of a European crew vehicle for LEO missions. No decision has been taken, but we are doing at least the initial studies to see what it would take or to prepare for a decision in 2028. Looking to the moon, in addition to our contribution to Artemis and Gateway, we are also looking at autonomous access to the lunar surface for robotic missions, and this is where our Argonaut lander comes into play. It is a versatile lander that can deliver various robotic payloads, but also cargo to a potential future crewed base on the surface of the moon. Autonomy is also a critical part of our Mars exploration efforts, where we are hoping, as I said earlier, to launch and land our European Rosalind Franklin rover to the surface of Mars. Rosalind Franklin will include a drill that will be capable of drilling 2 to 3 feet down into the subsurface of Mars to look for signs of water and signs of life. So a very interesting mission that we hope to get off the ground by 2028. I mentioned a little bit our LEO cargo return service. This is an important part of our strategy for the future. We want to enable European companies to take part in commercial LEO, and we also want to be able to participate by delivering cargo for other either governmental organizations or private companies that might have a need to send cargo into space. So this is a commercial service where 2 companies are developing a cargo vehicle with a significant amount of self-funding. So very similar to NASA's commercial cargo and crew services. These are commercial procurements with European industry. I mentioned earlier that our one of our highest priorities is to fly all 5 of our new career astronauts to the ISS before the end of 2030, when ISS will be retired. We currently have 2 long-duration missions between now and 2028, with a potential 3rd long-duration mission in 2029 before the retirement of ISS, which means that we are short of missions for all of our astronauts, and so to increase the number of flight opportunities for our astronauts, we are looking at implementing an ESA institutional crew mission, which means procuring a Crew Dragon from SpaceX and then implementing an ESA mission to the International Space Station. Now, as you've probably noted on the slide, it says pre-decisional, and this is because it's part of the program proposal that we will be proposing to the member states at the Ministerial Council at the end of this year. So it's important to note that this is not yet a given. No decision has been taken as to whether this will actually happen, but this is how we're hoping to fly some of our astronauts to the ISS. So ESA would be leading an international crew mission. We have interest from several other international partners that also have a need for additional flight opportunities for their astronauts. So this would be a mission to the ISS with 4 international professional astronauts. So we wouldn't be selling these seats on the open market, so as to say, but it would be an ESA institutional mission in partnership with some of our international partners. And we hope to see this launch end of 27, probably more likely first half of 28. We are also looking into how Europe and how ESA may take part in commercial LEO after the ISS is retired. We are looking at all the various options from the very simple, from the simplest option where we, ESA, don't make any investments, but we simply buy tickets for our astronauts to go to a commercial space station. This is probably the least interesting mission, or probably the least interesting scenario for Europe, simply because we want to be involved at a more level, at a higher level. And so two other options exist. We could partner, or European companies could partner with some of the commercial space station providers to provide some sort of hardware element, anything from an entire module like the Columbus Laboratory down to smaller systems, for example, an ECLIS system. And then, of course, the most involved scenario involves ESA and Europe leading the development of a commercial space station. And so we're currently looking at all of these options. But what's very, very clear from our member states is that we don't want to be simply buying tickets to do science or to send European astronauts into space. We want to invest in European industry. We want to develop, or we want to invest in the development of European technology that can, at some level, play a part and give us access and give us a stake in some of these future commercial space stations. And so this is also something that we are proposing at our ministerial council later this month. And then we will see how the situation develops over the next 3 years, and how Europe and how ESA can contribute to some of these commercial space stations. But it's very clear that ESA and our member states have a strong desire to be able to continue conducting science and doing technology development in low Earth orbit, even after the ISS is retired. In addition to doing science and technology development in low Earth orbit, we are, of course, also very much interested in participating in the exploration and the return of humans to the moon. Europe is developing the European Service Module, which is an integral part of the Orion spacecraft. We were part of the Artemis 1 mission. We will be part of Artemis 2 next year. Again, the European Service Module will play a critical role in Artemis 2. And we hope that as long as Orion continues to fly, then we will be delivering service modules to Orion and to Artemis. At the same time, we're also beginning to look at how we might evolve the European Service Module in order to perform other functions, either in LEO or in cislunar space, either as part of another type of spacecraft, or perhaps as some kind of tug that can move payloads around in orbit. So there's a potential to see an evolution of the European Service Module as well. Again, a decision that will be taken at the ministerial meeting later this year. For the Gateway Space Station, ESA is, again, an integral part of Gateway. We are delivering, in addition to the European Service Module to Orion, we are delivering 3 different components of Gateway. We are delivering the IHAB module, which is the International Habitation Module, where astronauts will live and work. And in addition to the habitation module, we are also delivering what we call Lunar View, which will be the only window on Gateway and will hopefully give the astronauts incredible views of the surface of the moon. In addition to that, we're also delivering what we call Lunar Link, which is a module that serves both telecommunication purposes, so telecommunications and data relay back and forth between the Earth and Gateway, and also a refueling capability for any human landing systems that might be flying up and down between the lunar surface and the Gateway space station. Lunar Link will be able to refuel those landers. So ESA is a very integral part of Gateway, and we look forward to seeing it built up and to have astronauts on board. In preparation for the coming exploration of the moon, we have also, within the last year, opened our Luna facility at the European Astronaut Center in Cologne, Germany. Really a very, very impressive facility. It's a gigantic hall with a very realistic lunar surface, very large, with a number of craters. Part of the floor is up to 3 meters deep, which will allow you to test drilling equipment, for example, or excavation equipment. We're installing a hydraulic ramp that will allow us to increase the tilt of the surface of up to 50 degrees. We're installing a gravity offload system in the ceiling that will allow up to 6 people or 6 pieces of equipment to simulate lunar gravity conditions. We are installing a sun simulator that will allow you to put the sun on the horizon and to create an environment like you would have on the lunar South Pole. We can also freeze the entire surface so that you get characteristics of the lunar regolith that you would actually find on the moon. So an incredible facility, not just for testing and allowing astronauts to prepare for coming missions, but also to allow engineers and scientists to test their equipment and prepare for robotic missions. We've seen an enormous interest, and in fact, for the last 6 months, the Luna facility has been more or less fully booked throughout the end of this year. So we see a tremendous interest from both institutions and private companies to test their hardware in our lunar facility. And I can tell you, when you switch off the lights and you just have the sun simulator lighting up the surface and you see the craters and the shadows, you really feel that you're looking at the lunar surface. It's very, very impressive. And as I mentioned, Argonaut is our lunar lander that will be able to ferry robotic payloads, but also cargo in support of human or crewed missions to the surface of the moon in the future. And we hope to see Argonaut launch by 2030 or 2031. And that was what I was planning to share with you today about the European exploration program. Let's see if I can, there you go.
Andy, you can't hear it, but enthusiastic applause. We really appreciate you taking the time out of your very busy afternoon to share with ASE, the flyers, our companions, and the wonderful student guests that we have here today. That was a terrific briefing. We really appreciate your time, Andy.
Well, thank you. It was a pleasure. And as I said, I wish I could be there in person.
We wish that too. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye.
All right, everyone, we have just enough time for a short break, about 18 minutes for a comfort break. There is, I believe, coffee outside and in the VIP room upstairs as well. Please be back in your seats around, let's call it 10:40, please. Thank you. So please take your seats if you would. Just so you know what's coming next, we will be hearing the update from the Mohammed bin Rashid Space Center. Then we will have David Saint-Jacques join us for the Canadian Space Agency update. And then we will hear from the Astronaut Research Center in China. And that will be the conclusion of this panel. So with that, I appreciate everybody making their way back here. That's terrific. I am going to start with an introduction of Haza Al-Mansouri. Haza is the first Emirati in space. He was previously an F-16 fighter pilot for the UAE and flew on the Soyuz in 2019.
Climate change tracking, and assisting in disaster management. At MBRSC, we are crafting the future of scientific discovery and space exploration. During 2 missions to the International Space Station, our astronauts have conducted over 200 scientific experiments. We conducted studies on tissues, heart functions, dental stem cells, brain activities, host pathogen interactions, genetics, and agriculture. We also tested new technologies and materials in space. Each experiment brings us closer to breakthrough innovations that will enhance human life on Earth and beyond. We have provided more than 5 terabytes of new scientific data about Mars to understand and study climate changes on the red planet. Through our exploration of Mars, we aim to better understand our own planet and develop solutions that preserve our environment. We are also working on gathering new data from the Moon and exploring its far side. Our goals include conducting orbital experiments and establishing a sustainable human presence on the lunar surface, which is a crucial step toward launching missions to more distant destinations. At MBRSC, we envision space as an arena for collaboration rather than competition. We have forged partnerships with global space agencies and hosted prestigious space events. In partnership with the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs, we have launched the Payload Hosting Initiative, enabling nations and entities to test their innovations in space. In collaboration with the local industry in the UAE, we developed MBZ-SAT, the most advanced satellite in the region. Our journey encompasses both exploration and education, as we nurture a new generation of scientists and young experts. One of the ways we achieve this is by developing satellites together with students. We inspire students through educational and awareness initiatives in partnership with educational and cultural entities. Our journey is long, far-reaching, and fueled by passion. We're ready for every mission ahead we're ready for both the challenges and the achievements. We are MBRSC.
So, MBRC. MBRC is established back in 2006, and since then, our leadership started to think how we can establish our own satellites, developing them in-house. We started our collaboration with Korea. With South Korea, we started sending our engineers back then to transfer knowledge and technology and understanding how we can build our own satellites. We started with the 30% UA engineers, with 70% from Korea, and then the second satellite was 50-50 engineers. By the third satellite, we was able to build our own satellites in-house in UAE. And that was a big achievement for us. As you notice, we have a good ratio of gender in our engineers. So we have a mix of male and female in our MBRC team, and very young, actually, ambitious engineers, scientists participating in this endeavor. So, what is our national space program based on? Basically, developing our own satellites, that's the start of it. And then we worked towards establishing our own human space flights and our own astronaut corps. And that started back in 2017 with the first announcement. Also, we looked beyond LEO. We also working towards launching the second attempt of the Rashid rover, the lunar rover to the moon. We actually tried 1 year ago. We have our flag, but it's crashed now on the surface of the moon. We established a second and third attempt now, and it's going to be launched next year. And also, we are able to be partners with our international agencies, NASA, ESA, and Canadian Space Agency, and JAXA, to be partnered with them in Gateway. We're going to deliver the airlock for the Gateway. That's the main three focus for us. So as I mentioned, we started our program back in 2006, 2005, sending our engineers to understand how we can develop our own capabilities in developing satellites in UAE. And we succeed with that. So we started, as I mentioned, Dubai Sat 1 was in back 2009, Dubai Sat 2, 2013, and mostly all of these satellites are observation satellites. And lately, we also launched SAR mapping satellite. With the latest one, MBZ Sat 2000 early this year, 2025, and also Ittihad Sat, which is, as I mentioned, it is a SAR map satellite. And also, we did also another collaboration with the United Nations, also with one of the capabilities, and developing another satellite with them. We are believing that in UAE, in general, through collaboration, we can achieve a lot. This is how we establish our country. We are a very young country. This year, we are celebrating 54th establishment of the United Arab Emirates. We are younger than the first mission, human space flight. Imagine that. Yet, we able to be a big player in the space sector in a very short time. Some people said that because of money. Yes, part of it is money. But also, you have to have a visionary leaders, a good team, and also people willing to participate. It's not only about economy, it's also about people willing to participate in that and having a long vision to continue that endeavor. That's really important. As you know, also, we launched our HOPE rope. We call it HOPE because it's a hope for our region to Mars, because we want to focus on science and technology, not only on the noise that's happening around us. And UAE is having an open source for Emirates Mars mission for everyone to look at it and to also to get the data from that. So Mars mission is about understanding and studying the the atmosphere of Mars and sharing that knowledge with everyone. And that was a big, huge success for us. So, what is the objectives of Mars or lunar rover? This is our second lunar rover that's going to be launching next year with the collaboration with Firefly. The first one was with iSpace and it was unsuccessful, unfortunately. But we learned a lot from that mission. So the second one going to be also focusing on the far side of the moon. We're going to study the lunar surface soil and also thermal properties of the moon, and also studying different aspects of the moon. Also studying the technology and the engineering of the rover itself, how we can build the next or the third rover in future in a better way. So also we looked at partners around the world in doing analog mission. Analog mission is a part of human space flight studies. So how we can send people further in space for a longer duration. So we did collaboration with the NASA, and previously we did also with our friends in Star City with the 8 months mission there, analog mission. So we did 2 already with NASA, with the Hera recently, and it was obviously important to understand the psychological impact of people in closure or in a very tight environment, and studying that for a longer missions. My favorite subject is human space flight. You know, in UAE, if you are there 8 years ago, and if you ask any of the children there, you want to be astronaut? They said, no, it's impossible in UAE. We don't have any space program. It's happening now. We have 4 astronauts. We are really blessed with our leaders and our vision in UAE. We are committed to continue our human space flight. We started the human space flight program back in 2017, very recent, less than 10 years. At that time, I was doing Dubai Air Show as a solo pilot with the F-16, and I saw the announcement, and I applied with the 4,000 applicants from the UAE. It was it was the first mission, or the first selection. And I was really lucky to be selected alongside with my colleague Sultan al-Niadi, who did a 6-month mission, the first spacewalk. And we are the first nation outside the international partners to do a spacewalk, by the way. So both Zayed Ambition 1, both Zayed Ambition 1 and Zayed Ambition 2 were the successful missions for UAE. We learned a lot from the first mission. I flew with Soyuz, with Jessica Mir and Oleg Skirpichka, our commander, back then. And I came back with Nick Hegg and Alexei Avchinin. And then Sultan Niadi, he did a 6-month mission. He did more than 200 experiments. It was a really successful mission. We learned a lot. We participated in a lot of outreach. And that's really a part of it, to share the knowledge and the experience of a human space flight with everyone. And also we did something new. We did outreach with other countries that they don't have any space program. And they really appreciated that, because it's important. Sometimes we are focusing in our nations and we forget the nations that they are just starting or thinking about space program. But if we just reach to them and share with them this experience, it's probably going to be a spark for them. This is how we learned. Actually, back in 1970s, Apollo Soyuz crew, they visited UAE. If you notice in the video, there is like a video of Tom Stafford with our leader back then in 70s, and they give him a flag, and also they gave him a lunar rock, which was like a spark for us. This is why I'm here today, because of that visit. So you have to understand that it's powerful to share this knowledge with everyone. So we didn't stop there. We selected 2 more astronauts, first female from UAE and from Arab region, and Muhammad al-Mullah. They did their training with NASA class 2023. As you notice, we call them flies. So So they did that with them last 2 years ago, and that was successful to understand how other partners doing their training with their astronauts. That's really important because maybe in future you're going to fly with them. So to establish that bond and that camaraderie with them, that's really important. Because in UAE we have a sustainable, continuous human space flight program. So as you know, all of you, that's through the training they did the geology trips, NOLS, spacewalk training, and all the requirement to be qualified to go to the International Space Station or beyond. So what is next for UAE? As I mentioned, we're going to be partners with them. Already are partner with NASA, with the international partners to build the next post for humanity. The first world space station that's orbiting the moon. And we are working towards delivering our promised airlock. It's not going to be the same to this one, but similar to this one. So through this project, we're going to be also sending the first Emirati to the air gateway station. Plus, also our engineers going to work hand in hand with the international partners to build the airlock at the same time. So the benefit of that, we're going to have an access to the knowledge and the experiments and everything. And also down the road, the journey itself, we're going to learn a lot from just being there, developing that type of satellite or that type of module. Because it's going to be for our engineers first time to deal with the type of modules that's interfacing with the humans. So that's the new experience for our team and engineers back in UAE. So that was in a nutshell our program in UAE. And what's next for our human space flights? We are now in collaboration also in progress to work towards another or third mission for our astronauts. So we are training. I just came from Houston because I'm still working there, training with our folks at NASA. And in future, hopefully we'll see one of our new astronauts going to maybe to the moon or beyond with our international partners. Thank you for listening, and I'm happy for any question. I think that's it. Yep. There's one on that side, yeah. Do I need the headset?
Pode falar? Ah, tá. Eu gostaria de entender um pouquinho melhor como foi o processo de implementar isso daí, começar essa ideia de ir para a Lua no país, né, num sistema. Como que gerou essa ideia lá dentro, entendeu?
So the question about how was the idea came to our MBRC and our folks back in UAE to participate in the lunar missions. It's really difficult to be a newcomer and to showcase that you are capable and have the ability to be part of this huge project like Gateway. So I think it is it's part of it. It is the commitment that we showed down the road in the UAE through the time. not only in the space sector, but in the whole country itself. We are, as I mentioned, new country. However, we showed that we are committed and capable of delivering our promise. So I think part of it is we showcased, first of all, that in UAE, we started our human space flight with the first mission back in 2019. And then everyone thought that it is going to be only just a mission, and that's it. We just wave the flag up there, and we are going to come back without any another mission. However, after that mission, we during COVID itself, we started our training with NASA. So myself and Sultan, we went to NASA during COVID, and we started our training. We selected 2 more astronauts. That showed by itself that we are having a long-term plan. So the vision is, in UAE, we have a very long, ambitious objective to lead the countries back in future by 2117 to Mars. That's 100 years from now when we started this announcement back in 2017. So 100 years, we're going to lead, or we're going to be participating in a human space flight to Mars. That's an ambitious mission. That's a goal. And down the road, we have to achieve that goal by building our own capabilities in human space flight, and building the engineers, the scientists. And down the road, we also looked to a different countries. What is their capabilities? What is their future missions? What is the next? Not the International Space Station. What is after that? So we approached our colleagues and friends at NASA, and they show us that there is a new project which is going to be the gateway. And we did actually something after Sultan's mission. We came back from that flight, and we had this big mock-up of the gateway. It's similar to what we have in the picture. To our leaders, to our government, and we showed them that it's really important. This is mission. It's going to be how often you will get the opportunity to be a partner. The last one was the International Space Station back in 1998. Before that. So it's really important to be part of that, because it's going to give you the access, the knowledge and everything, and be part of it. So this is how we got that idea. And we're going to be part of the international efforts of being exploring and sharing this knowledge with everyone. It's either be the spectator or being the one that's doing it. So we rather do it than being just watching other countries doing it.
Good morning. Congratulations for your presentation and for the program that you have. I would like to know what's the special care or training that you perform in order to have a long permanence in deep space, like in Lunar Gateway, in relation to a training for ISS, for example.
So for now, as you heard from Mark van der Heijden, the thing that we are like NASA doing is the helicopter training, which is going to prepare us for moon landing, to have at least some capabilities of the pilot, to have that same capability of landing here on the Earth. So we have the same understanding. So in UAE, we're going to start our helicopter training next year. This is part of it. We call it hard skills. So this is technical things that you have to gain and learn. The other side of it is we call it the soft skills, the expeditionary skills, where we work with international partners, and one of them is CAVES, that mission with JAXA. Actually, one of our colleague, Muhammad, he was on that training. So it is the expeditionary training, how you work with the team from different countries, how you understand the chemistry between them, and the understanding that how each one of them is thinking is really important, because they probably going to work together in this isolated environment far away from Earth. So that's really also important. Survival training is one of it, and also having also understanding also the other aspect of it is the suit training. So we are still not participating on that, but usually for the next mission and going to the moon, going to be type of suit we have to train on.
So that's going to be the next for astronauts that's going to participate on that. So that's part of it. So and the other thing is probably going to be experiments. It's going to be different than what we are doing on board the International Space Station because it's going to be beyond that. There is a harsh environment, there is the radiations, there is a different aspect. The view of Earth is going to be different. And I'm looking forward to be part of it also and to participate on that in future. Thank you for listening. And it was really a pleasure to give an update about MBRC and UAE emission.
Thank you so much, Hazad. It's exciting to hear the ambitions that are happening at MBRSC. Thank you, thank you. So our next presentation will be from the Canadian Space Agency. David Saint-Jacques will join us. He is on a very tight schedule today. He had an event before and he has an event afterwards. So it's just about 5 minutes early, so he hasn't quite logged in yet. So I have a couple of announcements that I'm going to squeeze in here. First of all, there is a tablet that has been found. So if you have lost your tablet, please go to the back of the room to present your accreditation for the fact that it is your tablet. Also, today I believe our schedule will finish between 12:15 and 12:30, perhaps a little bit earlier. And I'm happy to report that lunch will be available in the hotel dining room early. We still need to meet at the restaurant to proceed for the photo. But since we've got a little bit more time and we don't want to run into the afternoon session, please meet at the restaurant at 2:45. And flight jackets are preferred, not mandatory, but preferred. Is there anything else, Marcos, is he here? Anything else? Is David on? Oh, fabulous. Perfect timing. Okay. David, can we get a mic check? Okay, one more try, because I don't think we heard you here.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, we picked you up a little bit. Here you are. We have the video now, so that's good. And you were a little scratchy, but we're so happy that you're with us. I know you're on a tremendously tight schedule today. It means so much to us that you joined us. All the flyers are companions, and there is also an audience of students in the room who are very eager to hear everything you have to say. So let me do a short introduction here. David joined the CSA in 2009 as an astronaut. He had a very interesting background. He clearly kept looking for his profession. He was a physicist, an engineer, and a medical doctor, and perhaps we have finally landed him a permanent profession as astronaut. He launched in December of 2018 on a Soyuz to join Expedition 57, 58, and 59, and was fortunate enough to perform a spacewalk on the International Space Station. He has spent 203 days in space, and he has been acting as the Deputy Director for Lunar Exploration at the Canadian Space Agency. Welcome, David. We're so happy to have you here. I will turn it over to you to share your screen and begin your presentation.
Thank you, Pam. Let's get a thumbs up if you can hear me, or a confirmation that you can hear me, and a confirmation that you can
Hey,
see
David,
my
you're a
slide.
little bit scratchy. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Do you have good Wi-Fi signal there?
I have very good Wi-Fi signal here.
Can you try to turn your mic off and on again, maybe?
Yep, maybe.
And maybe if we could recycle the system here too. Ah,
Does this help?
still a little bit scratchy. Maybe try it again.
How about that now?
Well, you're still a little bit scratchy. So if you would just mind speaking a little bit slowly, we'll see if we can work anything on our end. Okay, David, I've been told it's on our end and they're working it. Perhaps you could share your screen just so that we can make sure that works. We've been doing so good all day.
Can you?
Okay, that's hopeful. I see a screen. David, they're still working it. Give us another moment.
Can you count down from 10?
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's easier in French than English for me. Hello, hello. Can you see my screen? Hello, hello. Can you see my screen? Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. David in Montreal. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. How's the audio now? Hello, hello. Hello, hello. How's the audio now? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Let me get my phone.
Hello. Oh, I can hear myself in the background now.
We can hear you.
Got it?
Okay.
Okay. Houston, we have no problem.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear me, but I can hear myself also. It's a weird
Okay,
echo.
then go.
Why do I not hear myself? I will mute you when I speak. Okay. All good? I'm going. So, thank you. Thanks for inviting me. David Saint-Jacques Pam did the presentation, so I'm going to go right along. First, the big deal for Canada and human spaceflight, obviously, is how do I switch this? Artemis 2 coming up with a Canadian on board, my good friend and classmate, Jeremy Hansen. first window, as you've all heard, now opens. The first plausible window opens in February, so the whole nation is bracing herself for this historic time when Canada is going to be the second nation to send someone to the moon. You can see Jeremy's beautiful mission patch. I want to say a few things because it's inspired from native values. It represents the seven sacred sort of values of Canadian native mythology, and you can Google it, but it's very, very meaningful for us all. And I just can't wait to hear reports of these humans seeing this view for themselves of the Earth smaller than the moon, and this amazing moment when you see just how lost in space we are, how our spacecraft Earth is alone in the middle of nowhere and beautiful, and we're all in love with Earth, and we need to do everything we can to protect her. So that's the big deal for us, Artemis 2 coming up. The other mission coming up is Josh Kutrick from our 2016 class, call it CAN 4. It's the fourth long duration mission to ISS. I was CAN 3 in our internal lingo. Bob Thurst was CAN 1 and Chris Hatfield was CAN 2. So this is going to be the next fiscal year. There's lots of balls in the air. I know a lot of people in the audience are involved in these and this kind of a chess game, trying to find the sweet spot for everybody for these missions to the space station. I do want to say a few things about the payloads we run on a space station because I'm pretty proud of this. As a physician, I'm very proud that all of our research on board is basically revolving around healthcare and health research and biomedical research. We have a bunch of experiments going on right now. Got some permanent payload facilities that other nations use for their experiments, and several more in planning. And it's all about human health and mitigating the ill effects of spaceflight. I like these 4 ones here because they're pretty slides. I thought I'd show it because that represents the kind of the breadth of the stuff we do on station. There's a lot of neurology about spatial disorientation, a lot of mental health, space culture, a lot of like physiology, especially about spaceflight anemia, and big contribution to SANS, to the study of the ill effects of spaceflight on the visual system. Now, when it comes to Artemis program, just want to say a few more things. So, we are ramping out towards kind of the end of this long cycle of Canadarms. First Canadarms on the space shuttle, second Canadarm on the space station. Now Canadarm 3 planned for the Lunar Gateway, a smarter kind of AI-enabled robot to bring us to the next step of space robotics. So that's our first contribution to the Artemis architecture, but there's more. We're mulling ways to contribute utility rovers, kind of construction vehicles, cargo transportation vehicles. This would be a great niche for our nation. There are other things that we're looking at, things like medical care on orbit. As we all realize now, we're coming out of the model where with space shuttle and space station, we're basically pick very healthy people and ask them to be careful, and with some basic care available on board, but basically a model of medevac. As we send people to the moon and eventually to Mars, we'll need to make them autonomous for healthcare. So that's a big internal push. Agriculture, eventually we will need to grow food off planet, and that is also an area where Canada is investing. Energy production, distribution, we all know that solar panels are not going to be enough for the moon and Mars, so there are going to need to be other ways of producing energy. And ISRU, we're not going to be able to carry everything to the moon and Mars. We'll need to use local resources, primarily water, obviously, but also maybe for construction. So this is another area where Canada is investing in a kind of Mars forward, lunar and Mars forward way to think. I do want to mention a couple of cool things that Canada's involved with as well. As part of the Artemis program, we are heavily involved in geology training. So a couple of NASA astronauts and international astronauts have had the chance to come to Canada to join professional geological teams to learn the art of geology, but in a real setting. And for history here, there might be people in the room actually who been through this, but the Apollo astronauts came to Canada for geology training. Here's a shot from kind of northern Ontario with Apollo, with John Young, and I believe maybe Deke, I'm not sure, second gentleman, picking rocks, picking Canadian rocks. I do want to say another thing about Canada, Space Agency, outside of human spaceflight. Obviously, a big part of what we do, the agency does, is manage our fleet of national satellites. We're the leaders in radar satellite technology, aperture synthesis radar, can see through clouds, and it's all woven into our society for emergency response, navigation through ice in the Arctic, agriculture. But there's a cool project coming up. It's called Wildfire Sat. This is a problem around North America of wildfires seems to be ramping up. So we have come up with a new program for a wildfire detection system. Interestingly, in conjunction with our Department of Forestry and Agriculture, it's one of those. It's kind of a new age where satellite programs are not just done by the space agencies, but also by users, basically. And a final cool things is there's a lot of buzz. You can look it up online, but we're working towards maybe a Canadian spaceport somewhere out east. These locations are great for circumpolar orbits because you can launch due south with not a lot of radial velocity to burn off and a lot of ocean, empty ocean ahead of you. And so this is promising. There's a couple of logos of companies that have been spun up towards that effort. A lot of it is to do with kind of a desire to get national launch capability. It's kind of a bit more of a increase of sovereignty. So this is a big buzz in Canada now in spaceflight. Pam, with that is kind of all I had. I'm ready to take questions.
David, thank you so much for your generosity in spending time on a very busy day for you with all that's going on. It's very interesting to hear what's going on in Canada. We're excited to hear about that spaceport, too. Thank you again, and we wish you a good afternoon.
Okay. Pam, thanks, everybody. Enjoy the Congress and enjoy softball.
Thank you. Now it's my pleasure for the Astronaut Research Center in China update, and it is my honor to present Mr. Li Kong. He served as a pilot on Shenzhou 18 in 2024 to Tiangong. He spent 192 days in space and performed a spacewalk. Congratulations. With that, I welcome you up to the stage with your interpreter. There will be consecutive interpretation. We'll get you another. Oh, you've got the microphone. Great. Please come up.
Dear Commander of the Organizing Committee, dear international colleagues, distinguished guests, I'm taikonaut李聪。很荣幸受到大会组委会邀请，能够在这里和世界各国航天员朋友们、各航天机构的专家齐聚一堂，分享飞行经验，交流飞天感受。
It's a great honor for me to be invited
by the organization community of ASE and to gather here with senior astronauts all over the world and experts from various space agencies to share my flight experience and exchange insights on space flights.
作为中国第3批航天员中的一员，我的成长得益于中国载人航天事业的飞速发展，得益于航天员队伍的传承。
As a member of the third bench of Technonauts, my personal growth is attributed to the development of China's manned space program and the heritage passed down in the Technonaut Corps.
回想飞天经历，有2个时刻，榜样的力量点燃我的梦想。一个是在我读高中时，飞行员招飞的一场宣讲，决定了我的职业选择。当宣传片中，飞行员身着蓝色连体飞行服，戴着头盔和墨镜，英姿飒爽地驾驶着战机，翱翔天际的在我眼前闪过时，我身上感觉每个细胞都被点燃了，毫不犹豫地就报了名。
Looking back on my journey to space, there were 2 moments when the power of the role models ignited my dream. The first moment was when I was in high school. A recruitment lecture for pilots shaped my career choice. When scenes in the promotional video showed pilots in blue flight suits, helmets, and sunglasses flying fighter jets through the sky with such grace and coolness, I felt very cell in my body light up, and I signed up without any hesitation.
第2次是在我进入航空学校学习的第2年，也就是在2010年，杨利伟、翟志刚、刘伯明3名航天员走进校园，我呢也有幸和3位英雄一起合影。
The second moment was in the second year of my aviation school. In 2010, 3 Technonauts, Yang Liwei, Zhai Zhigang, and Liu Boming, visited our campus, and I was very lucky to take a group photo with these heroes.
首飞航天员杨利伟 ，who is sitting here right now。他在演讲中激励我们要努力学习、刻苦训练、空中精飞。他说他以前也是从飞行员里选拔为航天员的，并且激励我们要踊跃地参加航天员的选拔。那么这些话呢，也深深地印在了我的脑海里。从此呢，航天员成了我追求的职业目标。
Yang Liwei, China's first astronaut in space, encouraged us in his speech to study hard, train rigorously, and master the skills of flying. He said that he had also been selected as an astronaut from pilots and hoped that we would actively participate in astronaut selection in the future. These words were deeply engraved in my mind, and from that moment, becoming an astronaut became my career goal.
10年后的2020年，梦想再一次成真。我有幸加入中国航天员队伍。我还记得，当我把这个消息告诉我父亲时，他当时愣了半晌，不知道用什么语言来表达他当时的愉悦的心情。
A decade later, in 2020, my dream came true again. I was fortunate to join Technonaut Corps, and I still remember when I told my father the news. He froze for a while and can't find appropriate words to express his joy.
In the end, he only said 3 words. 知道了 means I know. 我们这批青年航天员是幸运的。中国空间站时代的到来和大规模开展空间科学实验，给予我们高频率参加任务的机会。同时呢，这也意味着在短时间内，我们要掌握更多的航天知识和航天技能，说是一场人生淬炼也并不为过。
The young astronauts of our generation are lucky that the want of the China space station era and the needs for large-scale science experiments in space have given us the opportunity of high-frequency flights. At the same time, this means we must master more space flight knowledge and skills in a short period of time, and it's no exaggeration to call this a life cultivating process.
2024年4月25日，我和指令长叶光富，我的队友李广苏，顺利搭乘神舟18号载人飞船进入太空。
On April 25, 2024, Commander Ye Guangfu, my crewmate Li Guangsu, and I successfully entered into space on board Shenzhou 18 manned spaceship.
第二天凌晨，飞船与空间站组合体对接成功。 我终于来到了中国人自己的太空家园，与神舟17号乘组乘力会师。在这远离地球的太空家园里，大家激动地紧紧相拥，然后共同拍下了这张珍贵的全家福。
In the early hours of the next day, the spaceship docked successfully with the space station complex. I finally arrived at the space home of Chinese people and met with the Shenzhou 17 crew. In the home far away from Earth, we hugged each other tightly with excitement and took a precious family photo together.
在空间站里，各类实验机柜琳琅满目，俨然一座高科技的太空实验室。 舱内的环境更加舒适宜人，为航天员长期驻留提供了更好的条件。为祖国出征的豪情叠加梦想成真的欢喜，我开始了192天的追梦星河之旅。
Inside the space station, a wide variety of experimental racks are in full view, making it like a high-tech space laboratory. The interior environment is more comfortable and pleasant, providing better conditions for a long-term stay in space. With the pride of carrying out a mission for the motherland and the joy of realizing my dream, I start my 192-day journey of pursuing dreams among the stars.
在这次任务中，我们乘组完成了1000余次的飞行器日常照料、平台设备巡视巡检。 低温回路检查、物资管理等工作。
During this mission, our crew completed over 1,000 tasks, including daily care of the spacecraft, inspection of platform equipment, checks of the low-temperature circuits, and management of supplies.
乘组也是充分利用物资管理系统进行物资的登记及信息的反馈，开展了空间站工具、食品药品。 领域及乘员物资等专项整理，天舟7号货运飞船撤离前物资准备等多项工作，以空间站为家来照料，完善了在轨物资信息，提高了天地物资管理的效率。
The crew made full use of the material management system for inventory and information feedback, conducting dedicated tidying up of space station chores, food, medicine, and crew supplies, as well as preparing materials before the departure of Tianzhou 7 cargo spacecraft. By treating the space station as our home, we improved on-orbit material information and enhanced the efficiency of material management between space and ground.
2024年7月3日，我迎来了自己的首次出舱活动。 当我身着中国飞天舱外服进入太空时，不禁地发出了“我已出舱，感觉良好”的感叹。那个曾经仰望航天英雄的少年，如今也能圆梦太空。
On July 3rd, 2024, I embarked on my first EVA. When I stepped into space wearing the EVA's spacesuit developed by China, I could not help to exclaim, "I have exited the cabin and I feel very good." The young boy who once looked up to space heroes had now fulfilled his own dream of reaching space.
这次出舱活动中，我们主要是针对可能出现的空间碎片撞击风险展开相关的防护作业，为空间站的舱外管路、电缆及关键设备安装更为完善的空间碎片防护装置， 并且再次进行全面的巡视巡检。经过6.5小时的努力，乘组圆满完成出舱任务。接受完任务后，我也是特别激动，由衷感到了载人航天这项工程的伟大之处。它凝聚了人类攻坚克难的智慧、勇气和不断的探索精神。
During this EVA, we carried out protective operations against potential space debris impact risks. We installed more comprehensive space debris protection devices for the space station's external pipelines, cables, and key equipment, and conducted another full-scale external inspection. After 6.5 hours effort, our crew successfully completed the EVA mission. After finishing the mission, I was extremely excited and sincerely felt the greatness of the manned spaceflight project. It embodies humanity's wisdom to overcome difficulties, courage, and never-remitting spirit of exploration.
任务期间一大重点是开展大量的试实验项目，涉及面非常广泛，包括空间应用系统项目、航天医学实验领域项目、人因工程技术、航天技术试实验领域等等。
A major focus of our mission was to conduct a large number of tests and experimental projects, covering a wide range of areas, including space utilization system projects, space medicine experiments, human factors engineering, and space technology experiments.
在轨开展的试实验项目较以往相比有了新的升级，包括空间先进水生生态系统关键技术、微重力环境调控植物干细胞功能和结构的分子网络、蛋白与核酸共起源及密码子起源的分子进化、太空超润滑材料等空间应用前沿研究项目。
The on-orbit experiments have been upgraded compared to previous missions, including cutting-edge research projects such as key technologies for advanced space aquatic ecology system, molecular networks regulating plant stem cell function and structure in microgravity environments, co-origin of proteins and nucleic acids, and molecular evolution of condoms and superlubricating materials in space.
我们还实施了6次载荷货物气闸舱进出舱活动，首次圆满完成中国在轨水生生态系统项目的研究，实施国际上首次植物近间干细胞功能在轨研究。这标志着中国航天事业高水平科技自立自强迈出新的步伐。
We also carried out 6 cargo airlocks entry and exit tasks. For the first time, we successfully completed China's on-orbit aquatic ecological research project and conducted the world's first on-orbit study on the function of plant shoot tip stem cells. These achievements mark a new step forward in China's high-level scientific and technological self-reliance and strength in the space industry.
人类的身影已经活跃在太空当中，但我们的步伐不会停止，迈向更深更远的太空是我们共同的愿景。
Human activities are in full swing in space, but our steps will not stop. Marching into deeper and further space is our shared vision.
在这次实验的众多项目中，都是为将来在月球或火星建立长期基地而设计的，比如斑马鱼实验，由斑马鱼与金鱼藻组成的小型受控生命保障系统，是中国首次在空间站展开的水生生态研究项目。
Many experiments in our flight are designed targeting the construction of long-term based on Moon or Mars in the future, such as the zebrafish experiment. The small-scale control life support system composed of zebrafish and Harvard in China's first aquatic ecology research project carried out on the space station.
斑马鱼是一种脊椎动物，生命力旺盛，繁殖能力强。它与人类的基因相似度高达87%，有水中小白鼠之称。这也是迄今为止中国空间站除了航天员以外迎来的首种脊椎动物。
As a vertebrate, zebrafish has strong vitality and high reproductive capacity. Its genetic similarity with humanity is as high as 87%, earning it the title of Little White Mouse in Water. It's also the first vertebrate other than astronauts to stay on China's space station so far.
我们在太空定期给斑马鱼喂食、供养，为藻类提供营养液、照明，并进行水样的采集、废物的处理等操作。不久呢，斑马鱼成功产卵，我们赶紧用回收器回收这个鱼卵并封存，供后续研究。这为脊椎动物在太空繁育研究带来了新的希望。在顺畅的天地沟通下，斑马鱼在太空得到了精心的照料。原本设计时长为30天的实验，最后实际在轨运行43天，实现了中国在太空培养脊椎动物的突破。
In space, we regularly fed zebrafish, supplied them with oxygen, provided nutrient solution and lighting for the algae, and conducted operations such as water sample collection and waste treatment. Soon after the zebrafish successfully spawned, we immediately used a collector to revive and seal the fish eggs for subsistence researchers. This had brought new hope to the research on vertebrate breeding in space. With the smooth communication and coordination between space and ground, we took very good care of the zebrafish in space. Originally designed for last for 30 days, the experiment ultimately ran for 43 days. This achievement makes a new breakthrough for China in the cultivating of vertebrates in space.
在这次太空飞行中，我充分体验到了身体在失重状态下那种轻灵飘逸的美妙感觉。可是我发现，虽然身体失重了，但是心是不会失重的。以往一些模糊的概念性的一些东西，突然变得清晰、具体、实在起来。
During my spaceflight, I fully experienced the wonderful feeling of lightness and elegance of my body in a weightless state. However, I realized that while my body was in weightless, my heart never was. Some vague, conceptual things from the past suddenly became clear, concrete, and tangible.
在饱满的工作间隙，我的思考会比在地面时更加深入。我愈发感觉到，是祖国发展的力量托举我昂首展翅，越飞越高。
In the gaps between my busy work, my thoughts went deeper than they did on Earth. I felt more and more that it was the power of my motherland's development that lifted me up and made me flying higher and higher.
我们在太空看到了祖国清晰的海岸线，看到了喜马拉雅山上的雪域雄风，看到了长江、黄河。北京、上海，还有我的家乡，还看到了塔格拉玛干大沙漠。对这些地方，我会感觉非常的亲切，因为这都是祖国的土地。
From space, we saw the clear coastlines of our motherland and majestic snow-covered landscape of Himalayas, the Yangtze and Yellow Rivers, the cities of Beijing, Shanghai, and my hometown, as well as the Taklamakan Desert. I felt a deep sense of familiarity with all these places, for they are the land of my motherland.
接受完太空之旅，我重返地球，感受到什么叫做脚踏实地。经过短暂科学的调整，我的身体恢复得很快，又投入到新的训练当中。
After completing my space journey and returning to Earth, I truly understand what it means to be feet on the ground. Following a brief period of scientific adjustment, my body recovered quickly and I devoted into new training.
对于我们所有的太空探索者来说，准备飞行、执行任务。再准备飞行就是一个循环往复的过程，但我们对此永远保持着热情和动力。同时，载人航天任务的光明前景也为我不断地注入着新的动力。未来探月、探火都是其中应有之义。为此，我充满期待，也时刻准备重返太空。
For all of the space explorers, the circle of preparing for flight, carrying out the mission, And then preparing for the next flight is a continuous process, but we always maintain our enthusiasm and motivation. At the same time, the bright prospects of manned space missions, including future lunar and Mars exploration, continue to fuel my drive. I'm full of anticipation and always ready to return to space.
很幸运和在座各位的一样，能够成为太空探索者的一员，能见证载人航天的蓬勃发展。未来浩瀚的太空必将留下更多、更远中国人探索太空的光辉足迹。也欢迎在座各位志同道合者们精诚合作，携手共创人类更为美好的未来。
I'm fortunate to be part of space explorers just like all of you here and to witness the vigorous development of manned spaceflight. In the future, the vast universe will surely bear more and further glorious footprints of the Chinese people. I also welcome all friends present here to cooperate sincerely and join hands to create a better future for humanity.
That's all for my speech. Thanks for your attention.
It's my pleasure now to bring up a Canadian astronaut, former Canadian Director General, and most importantly, the President of ASE International, for a small presentation. Over to you.
Indeed. We have a tradition in the Association of Space Explorers that we honor first-time comers to our ASC Congress with a pin that is the logo of the Association of the Space Explorers. So it is with quite an honor to offer you the pin. May I pin this on you?
Well, thank you so much for your presentation. I'll ask you to stay here for a moment for pictures, and I'll ask the rest of the panel to come up so that we can get some photos. For everyone else, just a reminder, the restaurant opens at noon, which is in 10 minutes, and at 2:45 we will rendezvous there, flight jackets preferred for the photo, and then the next afternoon session begins at 3 o'clock. Thank you all.
you.